You go Bree's house tomorrow? Hmm?
More people should learn to barter.
Wake up, you motherless Edens. It's time to go.
Everything's tied up and ready to go.
Good. Don't look at me. Don't talk to me. You chat, you die. Let's get going. find everything you need here. Not again. What is it about my caravan that attracts me so much? Hear rumbling hooves. You know what that means. This is what I'm paying you for. Here they come again. Make quick work of them.
See what kind of instruments I might be interested in, fellas. Kind of interested in that, not gonna lie. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum. See, that's the horn I have. But I think the legendary is better. Super purchase from Super Venture Box Trader. How old is that video? It's not that old.
Not.
What? Hold up. It sends out ghost spirits? I like it. Has the Nazgul on there. So this isn't like an actual weapon or something. It looks like. is an elementalist, or is this just... Interesting. Interesting. So another guitar's gem store. Musical minstrel. Purchased from after unlocking minstrel skin. Purchased from Saratok after unlocking Vertrash skin. Crafted in the Mystic Forge. When Grin's powers were raw and new, he crafted a weapon more sinister than he intended. Vardarach summons victims of horrific battles as a vengeful race eager to conscript the newly slain. Interesting. Contained in legendary choice box. Recipe, Call of Void, Gift of Verdok, Mystic Tribute, Gift of Maguma Mastery. Is an ascended weapon and the precursor to the legendary Warhorn Verdok. Interesting. Used to craft legendary source, Mystic Forge, Gift of Wood, Gift of Mist, Shard of Call of Void. This is the stuff that I don't like about crafting things in games. It's like, yeah, I'm interested in the horn, but now you're giving me a recipe with sub recipes and everything else. And I have to like Gift of Wood, Gift of Mists. It's like these might not even be hard to get. I don't know, but it just like looking at it, just show base ingredients. So you can buy these for 1 gold a piece. So you have to have 100 gold. Gift of Glory, Gift of Battle, Gift of War. Tribute to the Call of Void. Use Huntsman crafting to refine into a shard of Call of Void used to craft legendary Warhammer Appreciated Call of Void. So you have to level up your crafting skills to even be able to make the things to make the thing. Hard Wood Log, Elder Log, Ancient Log, Ball of Dark Energy, Stabilizing Matrix. All these, pretty simple. This, doesn't seem... I'm pretty sure I have some of these laying around somewhere. Use Huntsman crafting to refine into Shard of Call of Void. Like... I had one champion that I crafted on a long time ago, and I don't really want to go back to crafting ever again. You have to get this from a script. So Veridoc. Verdar. See how much this thing is if you can buy it. You can't. How annoying is that?
The craft fair is a good place for a family gathering.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see. Musical instruments. Requires Call of Void. So we can look this up. Potentially. Man. As soon as I craft one legendary thing, I know I'm going to want to try and craft them all, and I'm not particularly keen on doing it. See if he can save his thing or not. Doesn't look like it. It's been a while since I even looked at the Warhorn.
Not bad at all. Let's keep at it.
Pistol. I haven't tried pistol offhand either, but you gotta change your elite spec for that, which means, you know, we gotta drop some of the core stuff, you know? So they have removes conditions from allies and grants them vigor, affecting number of targets 5. Is a blast finisher. Also grants barrier. 10 seconds of vigor is pretty strong. 10 seconds of vigor, and it's giving AoE barrier to your whole team. And then this has grant boons and remove movement and pairing conditions from allies. Grants boons and remove movement. So you get 2 seconds of quickness and 20 seconds of swiftness. So the swiftness is good. Blast finisher, it's removing all of the slowing condition. It removes immobilization, which is interesting. 2 seconds of quickness, though.
Not bad at all. Let's keep at it.
Anyway,
Hey, Gaines.
what was this thing? I don't remember how you get these, but I know on one of my characters I had like 400 of these things on him, and I ended up deleting them after a while. But I used to just be able to run and grab things from people, or I'd just be able to run and like do the bandits over and over again.
Oh, that had to hurt.
I don't remember how it did my guild thing now. Hold on. SPQR, yeah, that's what. I'm trying not to kill myself for doing recruitments and everything again like I used to do. Guess we'll see if it kicks me out of the group thing or not. I need to do some more dungeon runs anyway over here. $64 health. I was saying that's in 10 seconds. But here you would get, you know, say you get 2 might a second. Yeah, it'd be better to do the shout heal.
Almost there. Strong.
See right there, so like we get 100% chance for crit. We're hitting with 2 shots, and then we get a 50% chance to gain might. And right there, you saw like both of those fights, we gained a little bit. Like, let's do this. Do this, and we're getting
Adrenaline rising.
some,
Almost there.
but it's not like 100% guaranteed, you know? Like that, nothing. Then we get a whole bunch. Got 2. Nothing. And we got like 3.
Now we can fight for real.
Which is very odd, you know? And now let's do... What are we doing here? Let's go look at the warrior skills real quick again. So let's go warrior skills. Let's look at the bow. I just want to see how fast the bow shoots. Dual shot. 1.9, so almost 1 second for 2 shots. So that's about half a second per shot, potentially. right? You know? And that's without quickness. And then let's go to piercing shot. Attack speed is approximately 0.96 per attack. Grants might for every vulnerable enemy hit. So if you have a bunch of people and you're able to spread vulnerability around with your rifle, you can get a lot of might gain per shot, which would make it really good for groups of enemies, potentially. The bad part with the rifle is that you're not guaranteed to get the weakness off. Let's just look at that real quick. Wars 2, warrior skills. Alright, come down here. We're going to go kill shot. And then we want combustive shot. So kill shot has a 2.25 to a 3.25 damage thing, and it pierces, so it can hit unlimited amounts of people that are stacked up together. Takes 1 1/4 second to shoot, which seems like forever. And it also has a 1500 range. It's the only warrior skill that has that much range. And then we go combustive shot, 1/4 of a second. So it's like, was that 3/4? 3/4 of a second. So it's, like a 1/2 a second faster than the burst skill, which seems different to me. Damage bonus of 1, so it has like a ×1 multiplier. But it's also hitting 5 targets all at once and has a duration. I think it does the physical damage every time it hits. Effect increases with adrenaline level. It makes a fire field. There are more pulses of burning and damage every 3 seconds and increased durations at higher adrenaline levels. So you're getting 1,000 damage, or you're getting a ×1 multiplier. So if you have, let's say we have 2,000 damage, that'll be 2,000 damage here on the first hit. And then on a level 1, you're going to get 2 pulses, so it's going to be 2,000 damage and 3 seconds of burn, or every 3 seconds or something like that. Level 2, you're getting 3 pulses, so 3,000, or if you're doing 2,000 damage, this would be 4,000. This would be 6,000. This would be 8,000. That's only, but if you're doing 3,000 damage, this would be 6,000. This would be 9,000, and then 12,000. And then you do that times 5 if you have 5 warriors, and you're already looking at potentially really serious damage.
Adrenaline rising.
I wonder if the horn increases your walk speed.
More people should learn to barter.
There's a weaponsmith right there, so See what happens. Let's see. Warhorn. Let's equip that. So we're gonna go from here to the tree, I guess. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't think it is, but
What do you need?
yeah, I don't think it is. But it is right here. Grants them vigor. I got credit. I didn't even do anything. I have traits in here for Warhorn somewhere, right? Warhorn skills applies additional boons. Your concentration is increased. Concentration is boon duration. So you're getting 35, 38. So you can give your allies fury, and you can give them resistance. I think resistance could be useful for like a rifle warrior squad. What I really like about the aristocracy runs, though, like, it kind of sucks that if we go sword, shield, rifle, we lose out on potentially a lot of stats because this doesn't give us anything besides might duration and condition duration. Or condition damage. But if you go sword, shield, you know, you're going to get some condition damage out of it. So I think that's probably fine. But when you come to the rifles, like your vulnerability isn't going to last very long because you don't have any increased vulnerability time. And then, like, uh, it applies once you, like, I guess technically the rifle could theoretically proc the ruin twice and give you 10 might as long as the bullet's still traveling a second after it hits the first target. But like rifle, you can't put down a fire field. Like with bow, you can put the fire field down, which is going to proc the ruin and do AoE weakness, and it can proc a second time because you already saw it can proc 9 times or something, so it can last over 5 seconds. So one burst skill could proc this twice. Then you got the fire field, which could give you 1 might per auto attack on you. And then you have the bow burst skill, which recharges pretty quick and gives you like 3 might. You know, like you can pop 2 of those off pretty quickly on yourself and give yourself 3 might and your allies 3 might. So then you can give, basically, if they're standing next to you, you can give them a total of 6 might. Whereas the rifle, you're going to get might generation per auto attack and per ult, basically. that ult's going to be 5, but per auto attack, you know, if you're a single target, it's still going to be 1. And unless they're stacked up on top of each other, it's still going to be 1 might per auto. Or maybe 2 might with the sigil, but it's still, you know, 1 might per auto, and you would have to beat out the Fire Aurora, and you'd have to beat out the burst skills. That's a lot of might generation, you know?
The sooner one of you answers, the sooner you will all be free to go. The butler, where is he? He couldn't have just vanished. Halt! No one's allowed. Wait. You rescued Queen Jenna. On behalf of the Shining Blade, you have our thanks. I've locked down Caudicus' estate for further investigation, but I have 3 problems still in front of me. There's an Asura sent by the Arcane Council who needs help. I can't spare any. If you can, I'm sure she would welcome it. There's also some Seraph missing and believed to be somewhere on the grounds. If you could find them, I'd greatly appreciate it.
Long live the Queen!
Yeah,
The
but
Asura is through the doors.
I like these runes in particular because they're not necessarily the hardest thing to get, but they're stuck behind a dungeon. Like, I don't know what all runes are stuck. Maybe there's a list. Guild War II runes. Maybe they tell you where you get them. No. But I like that there's special ruins that you can only get through the dungeons. Because you can't buy this off of the trading post. So you can go like aristocracy ruins, and there's nothing here. Mace is kind of cool though. But like, let's see if Golomancy ruins are here. Yeah, like Golomancy ruins, you never see those. They're also a dungeon only rune. That's what I'm gonna put on my Asura too. Golomancy runes. It's the plan anyway. Asura.
Oh, are you here to assist me? Excellent. You may call me Trafa. I require assistance locating some pieces of stolen Asura technology. Point out any golem remains to me, and I'll
Ginger
Oh, you
Asura.
might want to cover your ears.
Little Chucky person.
Scratch one Asura device, blown up by the book.
See, what I don't like about this is that we lose, you know, well, like 14 seconds or something on the Signet of Rage recharge, or 12 seconds. Anyway. I think they're all downstairs, if I recall. But it's not the first time. I could be wrong, huh? Can't trust these cats, man. They know what the inside of the Durham Priory looks like. Interesting, interesting. Yeah. Yeah, see? Can we beat it while walking? That is the question. We do have one person, so we're going to be able to proc 2 of these. So we're going to be able to get 50 health for every 1 might that we get. Whereas this would give us 400, so yeah, it'd still be worth it.
Gaining adrenaline. Gaining adrenaline.
Does it feel as strong as the other one? Not really, but I don't think it's like necessarily weak.
Just getting started.
Says the guy got taken out by conditions, I guess.
Ready for action.
Only getting like 200 damage a second right there.
Help, please! need help.
Strong. There's what to remember me by. Can't breathe.
Like, she's doing a very large amount of damage. You know, like, my defense isn't very high at all, granted, but it's a very large amount of damage nonetheless. That doesn't sound good.
Oh, that had to hurt. Gaining adrenaline.
I have no idea where that engineer lady ran off to.
You must like pain. Disposing. Don't embarrass yourself.
Oh, it's the conditions, man.
I need healing. Seriously.
Their bleed is doing, like, quite a lot of damage per second. I have condition removal and I have the immunities, but their conditions are literally running me over.
Shake it off.
See that right there?
I'll never. Running out of it. To unleash.
Like,
Oh, that had to hurt. Can't breathe.
it's the combination of, like, I'm not able to click my condition removal fast enough and my damage negation fast enough. Because my armor's so low. Almost makes me very tempted to run the old precision toughness condition damage setup on my original warrior. I don't like being overly reliant on conditions, though. Like, if you fight someone that has a lot of condition removal, it can be kind of a pain. But my armor rating's only 1,000, which is, I think you want to, like, I think it's 16 to 1800 was like the minimum for the most part. Like, her poison is doing... See, that right there is probably my favorite feeling when it comes to fighting, like PvP or PvE wise. Like on this character, it's hard to see because I don't have any condition duration increase. But on this other armor set, I do. I don't think this one doesn't have the 100% like the other one does. But it's just, it feels so good to just be able to like smack somebody in a PvP fight and then kind of back away and disengage and just see 2,000, 3,000 damage proccing, you know, without you having to do anything. Or you just disengage and start fighting a completely different person. Not exactly sure the difference that I have here. I know I have this as a chill thing on my other soldier. And I have the 10% condition duration increase here. But we also had the build. Yeah, we're at 81% and 68%. Because that's the biggest difference between this build and the other one, is that the other one, all of this is like pretty much all the same, except for we're not using the might healing, and we're going more damage. So if we like go into a fight with this, we have, you know, half as much crit chance. This only goes up to 65%, but since it's a condition focused build, it probably doesn't matter. And then if we wanted to do a really serious condition build, like our old one, it was precision, toughness, condition damage. And then undead ruins, which increased our toughness, which increased our condition damage by 7%. But with this, I mean, you're going to get a lot of bonus stats anyway. If you lost all the power and ferocity, vitality, concentration, you could potentially lose as well. So you could do precision, toughness. Well, you don't even need the precision, technically. If you're not going to worry about might healing at all, you don't need the precision. You could go condition damage, concentration, healing power, toughness. Or you have condition damage, expertise, toughness, healing power. And then you could have like something in the middle. I don't know. Let me do this next fight.
An efficient explosion. Chalk one up with demolition art.
But see, like, the damage is so much higher that it's like makes it seem better. But it's hard to tell because she was tanking some of that. But like that character, there's nothing really different besides I have a higher armor value here. Like my armor value is a lot higher, and that's the only major difference between those two builds. But like in this case, it seems like the shake it off just helps so much more.
Kaboom! I mean, that will do nicely.
It's 600 health, whereas like the other build was giving us I think it was less than that. It was like 8 or something. But like this is 27. It was giving us 25, so we're getting 25. So say we get 3 might a second, and it just applies to me. I mean, it's still 75 over 10 seconds. You're still looking at 750 health. But for some reason, it just doesn't work out as well because the armor, I guess. Which means you would need something that gave just as much precision and toughness and condition damage. So you'd need exotic, level 80, and then you'd want precision, toughness, condition damage. Which is this stuff. It has less precision though, and more toughness. See, this one's crit chance of 40%. But also, like, the endurance regeneration, it gives us more potential might healing, but it doesn't keep the damage from happening. You know, like against a boss creature with a break bar, the Fear Me breaks their bar a lot quicker. And then against like massive groups of enemies, just proccing that would give you a bunch of like peel from a big horde for your team, you know. 44%. 34%. What's giving them more crit chance? 34%. Increased by 5%. They both increased by 5%, so that's just weird. Still 65%. See that right there? See, this is like it's every 10 seconds, but somehow this guy's just a way more tanky than the other guy.
Excellent find. Better safe than sorry.
Now we go in here, do this and this. The only like his armor is the biggest difference. Like,
I'm requisitioning assistance. Help, please.
he had an additional 640 armor. Like, you see that?
I need healing. Seriously.
That was a lot more than the other one was. I'll give you that. But now we're gonna go back to this build with the other armor. Because I guess, like, if you're not doing might healing, then that means that you can do this, which allows your whole group to do way more damage, potentially, I guess. So, same fight. Same sort of pattern.
Now we can fight for real.
Strange. I'm picking up more signals from somewhere in this compound.
That's not good.
Stop! Don't hurt me.
You and your associates, why are you stealing Asura technology?
It was Frost's idea. He said after Codicus got taken away, this place would be easy pickings. When we found these gizmos, Frost reckoned we could sell them on the black market.
Terrific. First Uzulon, now this. Leave him. We have to stop this Frost before he steals anything else. Gizmos? Honestly, decades of hard work and that Buka called it a gizmo. Good. We've scoured the manor, but I'm still getting readings. There must be another source. Someplace close. Everyone outside. We need to check the other buildings.
I don't know. It's like it's hard because like the great sword and rifle which we were using, the setup worked really good, but there's also more people. But it seems like if you like, cause if we do, this is the build that we were using on the great sword rifle setup, right? There's not a whole lot of damage boosting things here. It's a lot of healing and stuff. But we had a lot of damage on the build just out of physical raw power damage, you know? But it seems like more of the condition builds, you want more armor, maybe, or maybe you just want more damage in total. But if you're not relying on, if you want like more total condition damage, which is what we did over here, then you don't want to rely on might healing, because you can't fit it in your trait line, and then you need vigorous shouts at that point. So here, if we did, you know, power, condition damage, and like toughness or something, we could do burst precision and still get damage on our sword burst slot. Or like power, ferocity, condition damage, expertise or something. Let's try this with the Fear Me instead of the other thing, I guess. More damage to moving targets. That's absurd.
You can't keep a good man.
You see the massive difference? Like, yeah, I could have did more, you know, Signet of Stamina. But, like, for the amount of healing, like, if I had a group of people, sure, I probably would have had a lot more healing. But you can see, like, just fighting there. They're halving my health really quick. So let's try this one. The weaker version of the classic Roman build. Alright, we're gonna go right in the middle. has to be the armor. Among other things, but armor as well, you know? It's just better. I just don't know. I don't know. Like the numbers don't add up, but it's just better. It's like the only thing I could say with this is that we're getting the 12-second cooldown off of this and this, which is like, which means we're getting, you know, the 15 seconds from all of this. So you get 5, 10, 15, 20 potentially right here. And then you have 23. Then you have the dodge rolls. You know, you have the additional shake it offs. And then you're going to have this back up again, which is going to give you another 5. So that would be at 30 seconds, you get another 5. And then you have, what, 10 seconds before you get Signet of Rage back and Fear Me back. It's like a defensive crowd control type thing. It's really confusing and hurts my head a little bit. But we're also using Chill on our sword. Let's see if there's any sigils that affect fear. So, Gore's 2, fear. So these are all those related traits that apply fear, related equipment. Superior Reunion of the Sunless, Necromancer, and Nightmare. Reduction in duration of stun effects, such as does not affect duration of fear. Its duration is only affected by reductions increased to condition duration. A player who has toggled walk speed will travel less distance when feared. Walk has no default key. Yeah, doesn't look like there's any sigils that do it, but they do have like the 10% increased condition duration sigil for the bow. You know, is already pretty big in and of itself. Need some information on sigils. See if they've changed anything. Hmm. I can only guess the greatsword is better because it gets the 100% crit. 100% might gain on crit. As much as like the Fire Aurora would seem to be very good, ganging might. I just don't know. Because if you go with the rifle and the sword shield, you're not going to gang as much might as, say, a greatsword rifle would. There's just no way to do it because you get 50% of a chance for the might gang, so you're at least going to lose 1 or 2 might every time. I like this, though. You're getting 25% increased condition duration, and then you're inflicting foes with 1 second of fear when you use your ultimate. So, like, that's Ruins of the Sunless. So, if you have 5 warriors with Signet of Rage, you'd activate that, you would get the damage reduction, but then some of their people would get feared. But, I mean, you would lose, some healing on your conditions, so there's that. And you'd lose some of your overall base stats. So, I don't know if inflicting them with 1 second of fear would be worth it or not. But it could be. I mean, because you gotta imagine if you have a line of warriors with 5 people in a row, and say there's like 20 people that bum rush those 5 warriors, um, they come up and like they're using abilities and stuff on the warriors at range, so they're both trading back and forth. I think the warriors would probably lose at that point, because they just wouldn't have the range damage to trade. But if they had like a revenant, say you had like 4 warriors and a revenant. The revenant puts down the barrier, immune to physical projectiles. They're sitting there, and then the mosh of 20 people come to attack those 5 or those 4 warriors. Okay? So they rush in, they start doing combat. The 4 warriors proc their sigil or their elite skill, which let's say that there's a 5-person limit. That means that each of those people then afflict 1 second of fear, which potentially could be 2 seconds of fear. And then that would apply to 5 people, so they could have maybe hit 20, or they could potentially hit 20 people with that fear. Okay? So if the enemies have stability, it wouldn't really matter, because they're immune to fear, I believe. Which is something that this build does not have here. Yeah, you can't be feared or taunted with stability. Which, honestly, I think that's some bull. I think you should be able to fear people with stability. Unless it's stability of heart. But those 20 people run into your 4 warriors. They activate their elite skills, which is going to give them 5 seconds of damage immunity, and then they'll effectively put out 1 to 2 seconds of fear on up to 20 people, potentially breaking apart their formation if they had one. And then they would have the secondary fear that they could activate, which would then do a massive AoE of 5 seconds, So they'd need Condi Cleanse in their fight. And, like, potentially you wouldn't use those directly in a fight anyway. You'd, like, run at the mosh pit with your warriors. You'd activate your damage immunity, close the distance as best you can. And then you would activate your fear shout, which would make them break apart, potentially. And then you would go in and use your elite skill as part of your rotation, which would then apply a secondary dose of fear. I think that would possibly be the best. But what that does to your, overall stats, I have no idea because the ruins that we have here, you're getting 20, 36 to all stats. So precision would drop down. In this build situation here, precision wouldn't matter, but in the other build situation with Assassin's gear, I think it would still matter. Potentially. And if you're doing a power build, I mean, you wouldn't get much benefit from it. But, if you're doing a condition build, there's potential here. Actually, this is minus 25% incoming condition duration. But it also does 5 seconds of poison AoE as well. Range bonus 360. Interesting. So we got Superior Ruin of the Necromancer, 20% fear duration. So that's one more additional second on the fear if we use this on our person. It's giving us condition damage, like 300 condition damage or something, and vitality. But that would give you an additional 1 second on the fear shout. Rare chance with combining 4 major runes in the Magic Forge. Rune of Nightmare. Condition damage, 10% fear duration. Condition damage, condition duration. Condition duration, deliver attack that transfers the condition and blinds nearby enemies after using elite skill. So, I mean, that's an AoE blind and it transfers a condition. So, I mean, that's still pretty decent. And you're looking at, 30% of your fear duration, but only 20% of your condition duration. So on our ruins, we would lose 5% of our overall condition duration, but we would gain, 5% to our fear. 20% was 1 second. 5% would be, because you got to think like 5% would have to be like a tenth of a second or something. Hmm. Still damaging foes at the end of dodge rolls. This one you don't, though. That's the toss-up, though, because, like, if I have an army of warriors with this build here, high physical, high condition damage, high condition duration, and then I have an army that has these over here, you know. And say we even did the great sword, like we did great sword rifle against sword shield longbow instead of like sword shield rifle. Um, you're still looking at like a good chunk of potential damage here. Like, because if great swords rushed us, they would have the same sort of damage immunity we would have, but they wouldn't have the fear shout. They would have more dodge rolls, which would give you more damage immunity. But if both sides have the same damage immunity, the longbow sword shield would be able to immobilize them potentially and apply conditions which would go around their damage immunity. And then if these guys aren't able to attack, they lose all of their healing. Like we did the math on the healing with the might heals. The might heals a heal for an absurd amount of health, way more than the shouts technically, as long as you can stay on target and keep attacking and you have teammates around you. But I feel like it would be very difficult for like this to work. Like, it sucks that stability stops fear, but even then it's, if you could keep on them and keep them from using that, and then you fear them, I mean, they have to, I don't know, it might be 50-50. But so far in my tests, like just as a solo player, for some reason the Celestial gear with this build is just steamrolling stuff compared to the might generation. But right now I don't have any allies. And also this armor that I'm wearing isn't like, it's fairly cheap armor. So it's really tricking with my mind. And as much as I really want to try and figure out how to do a rifle sword shield build, I don't know how well it would work. Like it just seems like it would be very rough, But mainly I think it's because the physical damage, you have to dodge roll. And if you do that, it makes it very difficult to stay with your teammates. Like, you need to be very proactive when you're dodge rolling. That's the only thing I could really say about it. But the main thing is, like, the only way I could really think that Sword Shield could potentially beat the might generation of a Great Sword is with a bow. So is that 800 damage a second? That's not terrible, I guess. Because the problem that we're having right here is that the Forceful Greatsword, from what it seems, because on our other warrior, it's the same exact trait build with a greatsword and a rifle, and it heals so much more. I mean, but there was more allies with me there, but it seemed to be way better with the greatsword, potentially because the greatsword's evade skill, even though it should be the same sort of defense duration, you can use it more sporadically, and then you're guaranteed 100% of the crit every time that you land a crit hit. Whereas like the sword, if you do sword, shield, rifle, every time you crit, it's going to be a 50% chance. So sometimes you might not get any might generation at all attacking, and then sometimes you might get all three, which is very odd. And then you can't really generate enough with body blow unless you're using mace like hammer, or mace longbow, or something along those lines. But when you use sword shield longbow together, you can get 8 seconds of the fire field, and the fire field will give you 1 might per blocked attack. So in that situation, you would generate way more might if you're getting attacked by multiple enemies than you would with the greatsword potentially, but you have to be getting attacked, which is kind of, 50-50. In that sense, you could potentially, increase your ferocity and health total, or you could swap over to this body blow, but we have the Call of the Weak trait, which you can only proc every 5 seconds, and we need the 5 seconds for the 5 might generation. So as long as we're hitting our burst skills, we're getting 1 might per second from the aristocracy runes, which when you're in a group of people heals you for a lot more. But with the great sword, you don't get any benefit from any of the condition damage bonuses, but you could still technically run this on your greatsword for additional healing if you wanted. It's just really hard to process because, like, body blow, like, the only thing you would get is from your shield bash. But on the bow, you would get 3 potential shield strikes, or bow strikes, and both of those have a 25-second cooldown, so you got 2 abilities. You could potentially get 1 of those off every 10 seconds. So I don't know if we're saving more might generation here or not. Like, this right here can proc every second. That can proc every second. So if we do body blow, we can proc once every 10 seconds. I mean, you get a burst. Like, you can do 3 of these in a row for like 3 bursts of might healing, which could be pretty good. But if you proc 2 of these, if you proc 1 every 10 seconds, then you would get 1 might every 2 seconds. And the question becomes, could you use Forceful Greatsword to get more might? And I think you could, as long as you're attacking more than 1 target. Because if you're attacking 3 targets at once, you have the potential of, 1 to 3 might per auto attack. So as long as you get like more than 5 might in 10 seconds, I think it would pay off. But short term, in a quick fight, you could potentially get more healing from this. That's what I'm talking about this build right here. It seems so squishy. It might be the armor, but I don't know how we could raise the armor here because the greatsword rifle version doesn't have any armor either. So let me run back real quick. Yeah, because the greatsword rifle doesn't have any armor on it either, but it seems to be very good. Like, I'm able to kind of set toe-to-toe with monsters, like big groups, with the greatsword and 100 of blades, and heal for enough to kind of keep me going, But I try to do the same thing with the sword shield, and it just doesn't work. I'm not sure how much might I'm actually getting. But also, with the greatsword, you're able to keep up your fury 100%, whereas this build, right now, we can only go up to 70%, and then we get 25 seconds of fury. Which, if we go back over to, say, our other build, every time we use a burst skill, we're getting fury again. And if we want more, we can go for this. And this one, it's more hybrid. You're getting more damage immunity in total. You get less overall healing, but you got more versatility with shout heals. And since you're pretty much damage immune from 99% of everything, the conditions are the main factor. And with 5 warriors, you would basically get 10,000 health every time with 5 warriors using it all at once on the Shake It Off, and then you get 10,000 for the Fear Me. And then you would have damage immunity on pretty much everything else. But yeah, like this other, let's go to this, and we'll use this build. We will drop stuns and dazes. I was gonna say that we could drop tactics and try to take the trait line that the other one has, because we're not gaining any health off of this. But as a single player, I mean, we could potentially just do this, because we don't get much benefit from any of the other trait lines. Alright, so this one, we're going to go Body Blow. So 5 might every 10 seconds after we use all of our cooldowns for the most part. Compared to... I just feel like I would be able to get more, but anyway, we'll try it. It seems like yeah, right there, we lost it. We didn't have any more damage immunity. And that's the hard toss-up for me, is like the value. What's the value of being able to dodge roll versus having 5 seconds of fear potentially, you know? Because this is a lot of dodge roll, and on a power build, that's a lot. That's potentially 5 might per dodge roll. So in a group, that would heal you like crazy. But as a single player, it doesn't really... You know, I mean, it helps, but you're potentially dodging 1 attack. So I'm just a little bit iffy about it, you know? And also, it's the cooldown reduction here. Like, you don't have the cooldown reduction on this. So I'll swap back over to this build real quick. Okay, so this has way less total healing, okay? But it has lower cooldowns on the damage immunity, and it has the Fear Me trait. So it shouldn't outperform the other. Like 1v1, I don't like it shouldn't outperform, and then like... But somehow it always does good. I just don't know. And this isn't even the 100% build yet. My other warrior has like the actual thing. stop attacking right there, but whatever. And it could just be that this character has more armor, but the greatsword version seems to be doing better too. Also, I like doing the sword auto into the Fear Me, because it holds them in place, and you get like 5 seconds to just wail on people. And in a group of people, you would get 25 seconds, you know? Because right now our conditions are only 80%, so we should be able to get these all to 100% just like the other build. I don't know exactly why it's so low, but the other warrior is using the same thing, and he has like 100% duration for bleed and burn. So you can literally like hit something 4 times, run away, and look back, and like the bleed and burn will be doing like 3k a piece a second, which is like crazy. And then like your auto attacks are doing like a bunch of damage too. That and like his condition damage is like 661, and the other armor set is like 1,000. But yet it doesn't have any condition duration, so it doesn't last nearly as long. Which is the big problem.
Hello, little one. You've been a busy little girl, haven't you? No going further for you. It's too dangerous. You
Why
may
is she
get
talking
hurt.
dirty
You
to
don't
me?
have time for this. Dispatch her.
I thought she was gonna stab us in the back, but I guess not. Okay.
Help me, please.
It's gonna be something interesting to try and figure out. We die here anyway, so. But the other thing I like PvP wise, or PvE wise anyway, is so like when you're using a sword, shield, longbow, you can, like when it comes to break bars, you get shield bash can do some break bar damage. The immobilization on your flurry can do some break bar damage. Your blind on the bow can do break bar damage, and then your pin down can do break bar damage. But Fear Me can also do a lot of break bar damage really quickly. And the other thing is that, like, so if you have 5 warriors with the other build doing the might generation, and you're using the dodge rolls and all of that, you have the damage immunity while you're dodge rolling. And you dodge roll and you get a bunch of might and you do a bunch of damage. They can do like, you know, 3,000 plus damage for one dodge roll times 5. So you're looking at a group of 5 warriors just dodge rolling into the enemy and instantly doing 15k damage AoE, and then they can spam that and just heal and do damage at the same time over and over again. That's what makes that really strong, I think. But when it comes to the condition type build, I kind of forgot what I was thinking. 5 warriors with Fear Me is 25 seconds of fear, which is just absurd. Alright, we're going in with the damage immunity right off the bat. Shouldn't be any more difficult than a regular thief in PvP, I would assume. See that break bar when it comes up? So we're going to do the MO plus the Fear Me, and just look at it drop. It's like instantaneous. And I am sad that they nerfed my other build, but my other build, although it was really strong and won basically every PvP match I ever played in the past, I never, like, as much as I really liked the condition damage of it... Oh, crap, I didn't pay attention. As much as I, like, really liked the condition damage of that build, it always bothered me that my physical damage wasn't like super crazy high. Like, so my original warrior build from back in the day that I used forever, and they nerfed the warrior trait when I came back to the game. It was precision, toughness, condition damage. And thinking back on it now, I probably didn't need the precision. I don't know. I think I was probably trying to apply more bleed stacks or something. So really all you would need is the toughness and the condition damage for the most part. Maybe I was using might healing, I don't know. But then I used undead runes, which weren't very popular at all. I don't know if they are now or not. But the undead runes give you condition damage, and then 7% of your toughness goes into condition damage. And then I had the trait that every time that you broke out of a stun, you get like 1,000 armor and you would heal yourself. So that 1,000 armor would turn into additional condition damage, and I would just sit there and I would be super tanky, be completely immune to conditions, and then I would be doing crazy condition damage. But what bothered me about having high condition damage and not high physical damage is although I won a bunch of fights, I had a very hard time like bursting someone down when they got weak. They would always be able to kind of run away from me and kite me out, and then like heal and come back to the fight. So anytime I fought like a thief or like a elementalist or something, they'd be way faster than me and they wouldn't be able to fight me on the point, and they would be bleeding to death. So if they fought me too long and they weren't paying attention, they'd go invisible and they would end up dying from bleed damage or like burning. But I didn't have the ability to chase them down. And then, you know, when they're on you, you don't have the burst damage. Like I might have did like, you know, 2,000 or 3,000 damage burst maybe. I hate that bosses have damage immunity here. I'm also still able to heal with might healing on this. It's just not as good, you know? Because I can still technically use phalanx formation with this build if I want. I'm just gonna go ahead and kite this one out. And then when she comes back, we'll hit her with this and that. And then we'll do this and instantly into the bow. Forget that we can't immobilize them. I wish I had, like, in the top of my head, remembered, like, what exactly do champions and stuff have? Because I know, like, warriors, we have access to stability, but we don't have, like, really good options when it comes to stability, you know? Like, the one that I use, it gives you, like 4 or 5 seconds of stability, you know? But if there's, I don't know what all classes can give infinite stability. So like in a fight, if there's a class that got infinite stability, the fear wouldn't work because they would have immunity to the fear, you know? But the fear also applies weakness AoE as well. So, I mean, you're going to get 5 additional might with that if you wanted to build around that as well. I like how she's trying to, like, cheese me. You know? That's the other thing, though, is that with the greatsword, you get an evade, whereas, like, the shield, you get a block. So if someone's unblockable, there's not really a whole lot you can do about it. You know?
Now we can fight for real.
I've never had a bounty on my head before. Let's get this over with. Frost can't get away.
Because we were doing research on this the other... Where's Frost at? We were doing research on this the other day about blocks. So, because we were thinking about dropping the weakness off of this for the reflection. Because I like missile reflection anyway. But ideally, in like a PvP situation, you'd probably want something like a Revenant healer. Because they can get that infinite barrier protection. And protect you versus all projectiles. Which would be pretty nice. But this is, I really like the Call of the Week. Quite a lot. But we were already seeing the other day that if you do, what is it? If you do missile reflection and someone has unblockable, it goes through the missile reflection. So when it goes to the warrior build with the greatsword rifle, I think if you're going to use a rifle for PvP situation, you have to have unblockable, and that really begs the question of how do you change the build up to get that unblockable status? Because ideally, the power of the rifle is that, like in a Zerg, for instance, if they were stacking on top of each other to give each other boons and things, a rifle would be able to burst through that, and the piercing shot would hit everybody. There's no limit to how many people it could hit. That's really the power of the rifle, I think. When you get like 4 or 5 warriors doing that, like the greatsword warrior that we have is doing like 12,000 plus damage on a rifle burst, just willy-nilly. You get like 4 of those, you're doing like 40,000 damage unblockable to a whole Zerg, or you could potentially like take out a big portion of them. I think that's a really strong potential like thing that you could do. But with that, you would probably have to drop Shake It Off. And you'd probably have to drop Fear Me because you're not doing a shout build heal. I mean, you could keep Fear Me if you weren't going to do might healing, but rifles can generate a lot of might, so you'd probably want the might healing. I mean, it's a ranged weapon that generates might, so it's kind of hard not to say to use it. But you could do this if you really wanted to, but I think you would want Signet of Might, even if you don't have the same traits that my guy's using right here to get the lesser Signet of Might. That would be a really good combo, though, if you could have... Because the other thing with that is that with those skills, we were looking over this the other day. So To the Limit is a skill that warriors don't really use. They never really seem to use this for the most part. And when it comes to my longbow or my sword shield, I use Defiant Stance because they don't have evasions. You have to be in direct combat with people pretty often. They don't have a whole lot of escape tools. But the Great Sword has an evade and a run ability, and then the rifle has the dodge roll back ability and the knockback ability. So with those, when we're doing single player, we're running Signet of, or Healing Signet, because it's just giving us a bunch of additional healing. You can also pop it, and then you get immunity to blind, which is really nice. But if you do a group of warriors, you can go to the limit, and then when you start combat, you would instantly be able to pop to the limit, and then start off with your rifle burst ability, which is the longest range rifle ability, or the longest range warrior ability you have, 1500, compared to everything else being 1200. So like even the rifle basic attack, 1200. So that puts you on par with something like rangers. So you would need access to something to shoot them instantaneously, like as quickly as possible for the most part. And then you'd probably want to alternate your rifles in two groups. So like you would have one group start firing and then have your other group start firing a little bit after. Because if the enemy team tries to time your auto attacks or your burst attacks and dodge roll, then you would offset it. That way you would catch them on the second group as soon as they stop their dodge roll. That's probably the best thing that you could do. But interesting enough, if you could do the might thing and the lesser signet, that means that you could do to the limit, might signet, you would get a huge boost to damage, and then you'd instantly go through all of their blocks, pelt them, probably kill most of them, or a good chunk. And then since they go below 50% health, you would potentially get the second signet mastery activated for an additional 6 seconds of unblockable, and then you could engage with the rest of your rifles, and you'd be able to really weaken them down for 6 seconds. And then the cooldown on this is 20 seconds, so you'd really only have an 8-second cooldown if you had the lesser signet activated with it. The other thing, though, is that if you do that, I would have a hard time giving up Last Stand, but you could do Cleansing Ire. But the main weakness with rifles has always been blind, because they can blind you, and then you will basically like lose your burst, like one blind and your burst mists. But if you're shooting into a group of enemies, it's just going to take the first target, it's going to miss, and the rest of them, it won't matter, it'll still hit them. So I think that's going to be, how you'd want to use the rifles in general. So be really important. And then you would want the to the limit potentially in a group. The reason why you want the to the limit, though, is because you'll see on the greatsword rifle build that we're using on the other warrior, we ended up swapping from sigils of battle to sigils of energy. Sigils of battle are better in 1v1 fights because when you swap to it, you get 5 stacks of might, which will just instantly heal you. But Signal of Energy is going to give you an additional dodge roll every time that you swap, every 9 seconds. And then on that group of warriors, we don't use Fear Me. We use the Sigil of Stamina to give us even more dodge rolls. So that build's all about evasion and also getting might on Reckless Impact. So Reckless Impact can be doing like 3,000 damage, and you're going to be able to use it a lot. So when you go over here and you use to the limit, you regain all adrenaline, and then nearby allies gain endurance with a 600 radius. So if you wanted to use shout heals, this would still work, 600 radius. And then if you wanted to use like phalanx strength, you could still use a 600 radius. And it's going to give you 50% of your endurance back. So that doesn't sound like much. And when you're by yourself, it's not going to outperform Healing Signet, and it's not going to outperform like Defiant Stance. But when you get 4 or 5 warriors, especially if you're doing shout heals, like if you're doing a shout heal build power wise, I haven't did the numbers on it, but if you were going to, not use any of the unblockable things, that's an additional 10,000 health that you would get from everyone using to the limit. But even with this, just doing its basic thing, that endurance is going to give you potentially 5 more stacks of might when you dodge roll, which is going to be like 500, 600 health base with the other heal line trait. And then every time that you gain might, it gives you more endurance. That's the other thing with the other build, is that you're using that might generation to generate more endurance. So the more might that you get, the more endurance that you get. So it's just all about endurance generation on that build. And then with the other one, with Phalanx strength, you get like 75 health or something per might. So one dodge roll could potentially give you 5 might. So 1 might would apply to you and them, so it'd be 5 people. So you get 75 times 5, so what would it be? 350, 375. So you get 375 health for 1 might, but then you would get 5 of those. So you're looking at like 1,500, 1,600 something health, just for 1 dodge roll. And that's like for everybody on there, right? And I think the greatsword rifles, like the good thing about it would be, I don't think you're necessarily looking to engage in combat in a direct fight. And how I would use it in like World v World is I'd use them as cavalry, would basically be the idea. So the longbow and sword warriors would be like the front lines, and they'd be using their immobilization and their fear to kind of spread enemies out, or kind of break them apart, their formations, and kind of pick them off as much as they could. And then the people that are on mounts would basically be the great sword and the rifle warriors or something. They would ride in, and then if you're immobilizing them, the great sword can just run up and then like 100 blades them down, or they could do a bunch of whirls through them, or they could get their rifles out and instantaneously burst through the enemy. You know, all that stuff I think would be viable. Now fighting this many people might be rough. I don't know if I want to try and run through here though. We could, but this is only one way to find out. Hey, stuff like that, unblockable, we just go straight through it, you know? That's almost bad. I'm running out of stun breakers here. That's the problem. I might need to take the smaller ones out, if possible. Yeah, right there, they got me. They healed. Kind of sucks because they kind of destroyed my original build from this too, because originally this whole build was around the banner, because Warrior's Banner can heal them for or can revive their allies. So like 5 warriors, you could get 25 revives instantaneously, as well as finishers, which I thought was like the biggest thing ever before. Immune. there no limit to how many shot? It doesn't look like there's a limit to how many people pin down can hit. The one thing I don't know with this is, because we use the Tempest runes on the Celestial Armor set. See, it says heal allies within 360 radius after breaking a stun. And I don't know if, like... So say I got stunned and there's 5 warriors here. If one of the other warriors uses Shake It Off and it breaks me out of my stun, would I then apply an additional heal? So we would both heal? Or would it just be one use? Like, you'd only get one. Because heal allies within 360 radius after breaking a stun. So, like, for me, I mean, for all of us together, if we're running Shake It Off, we got 3 Shake It Offs. And we got 2 Endure Pains. But now one of them's connected to an elite skill these days. So, potentially, we have 5 stun breaks. Now, you're probably not going to get the stun break on this, so it's going to be more like 4, potentially. But here even, I mean, that's 3,300 health flat. And then you have 5 people, so that's an additional 15,000, 16,000 health. Potentially. In a group. So that means that in this deal here, I have all the damage immunity, and in a group of warriors, it would have 10,000 health. Yeah, it'd be 10,000 health, then you have 10,000 to 15,000 health, and then you'd have potentially another 10,000 to 15,000 health on stun break. But this build doesn't have access to stability, which is a problem. But even if it did, I don't have the longbow doesn't have mobility skills to trigger it. So you can gain stability when you disable a foe for 6 seconds, but then you lose vigor and you lose some barrier. You'd lose vigor, which would suck. But it's on disabling a foe, so I think Fear Me would potentially count. Shield Bash would count. And we're getting 6 seconds, so you get 6, 12. And then you'd have 18 potentially there, but you'd have 18 total. So almost infinite stability if you do this, but you're going to lose 1 second on all your immunity. So instead of having 20 seconds, we're going to have 4, 12, 17. So we're going to lose 3 seconds of damage immunity. And I don't know if that's major or not. But the other thing, though, is that Stalwart Strength is going to give you stability, but, you know, then we can't really use our stun breaks as often. Because you got to think, you know, with 3 Shake It Offs per person, that's 15 stun breaks. And then you would have a 16th stun break here, which is quite a lot of stun breaks. But if the enemy group is using like a whole bunch of crowd control, I could see, you know, how that could become an issue. Anyway. Oh my god. Ooh, that's a lot of whatever that is. So if they attack me, I still apply burning to them, which is good. I need to do that. And I'm going to fear those guys and then swap targets to this person. And then I'll do this and do that. And then we're going back for some more. Right here, that's actually affecting me pretty bad. But I think if I was going to do content with a group of warriors, I would feel better with the shout group. Because you're going to have infinite vulnerability, infinite weakness, a bunch of damage increase. What's really good about this is, even though it's celestial, I mean, it's kind of expensive, and our condition damage really isn't super high. When you get maximum condition things, you're doing 2,000, 3,000 per condition per second. And so, like, say you're getting 6,000 damage per second. You times that by 5, 30,000 damage a second, which is already enough to kill people. And then the burst skill on the bow, you don't have to hit the enemies with it. You can just put it on the ground, and if they walk over it, it can damage them, which is really interesting and useful. But you also need to be able to gather the adrenaline to use it, which is kind of a problem. So there's a lot of things that you go up there, you know. But here, I mean, you're getting additional 25 stacks. I don't remember what the 80, you know, thing here, but even now it's 25 stacks, so you're getting 180, like 200 and something additional condition damage alone, right there. So you're gonna be close to 1,000, just like our other build was. So you're looking at very similar condition damage, but also, you know, the vulnerability is both covering conditions as well as increasing your physical and your condition damage. And then when it comes over to the ferocity, so our crit damage here, so our crit chance is only 35%, but with Fury, it goes up to like 65. Potentially it's going to be about 70% when we get all of our gear fully maxed out and stuff. But you can see that with the critical damage, right now it's almost 200%, whereas the other build has, I think, 2,000 power. It gets up to 2,000 power and like 2,000 condition damage. This is going to be right on par with that. But instead of having 150% crit damage, it goes up to 230% crit damage. So it's doing an 80% increased damage of physical damage compared to the other build. The other build has 100% crit though, whereas this one's only going to get about, 70, which that's the big trade-off. But we could also, use 100% crit sigil or a 7% crit sigil and potentially get it up to 80% on the sword. But on the other warrior build, we're using a chill sigil on the sword. So because the chill sigil on the sword, because the way the other warrior was set up, it gets 100% increased duration. Chill sigils do 1 second of chill AoE. So it's 2 seconds of chill AoE on the sword. And then if you had 5 warriors, you're looking at 10 seconds of chill AoE when you swap weapons, which would be really good, which means that you could fear and chill and all that stuff all at the same time. And 10 seconds of chill, you may notice, is long enough to swap weapons again, because there's a 9-second delay on weapon swap. So we'll have to update this guy's build to the other one as soon as we can. All he really needs is the 10% condition duration on the bow, and he needs the chill sigil on the sword for the most part, and then he'll be pretty much good to go. And then this, I don't know if we'll keep or not. I like the concept of figuring out how to do a physical damage build for the Romans, and using sword shield, because I think sword, we looked at the damage values and stuff the other day. So sword has less damage than say, axe in general or greatsword in general, but it has a lot more versatility. So the axe first 3 auto attacks and the sword's first 3 auto attacks have the same kind of damage value. There isn't a whole lot of difference there. But the axe's final attack has 3 powerful chops, and that's basically almost equal damage, maybe a little bit less or something, compared to 100 blades on the greatsword. So technically, axe can probably outdamage the greatsword, but it doesn't get vulnerability from the burst skill. But when it comes to, say, the sword, say that you and the axe traded auto attacks, and you had a condition build like my warrior has here, well, you would actually outdamage the axe in a long duration fight. And so you would do your first 3 auto attacks, you would cripple them, and you would run away, and the axe wouldn't be able to finish its final 3 hits. And then if you're an axe versus a greatsword, your 3 hits should be able to deal just as much damage as their 100 blades, but you can move and they can't. And then Axe's 4 and Axe's 5 skill are both able to move and do way more damage than, say, the greatsword does. The difference being is that the axe doesn't have any evades or any mobility skills really, besides its 5, which gives you a slight movement speed buff. So realistically, I think axe probably does the most damage out of all of the weapons, but it's the least versatile out of all the weapons. Which is interesting. But, any case, the sword is at least on par with the damage, like physical damage-wise, of the axe for the first 3 auto attacks. And the sword has a faster auto attack radius, so you can go through the chain like twice before the axe would go through once. So if you have a physical damage build with sword shield, like even rifle or sword shield longbow, you should be able to still generate quite a lot of might in general for your character. But you would be able to say, like, instead of needing a condition damage set for sword shield longbow and then like a power damage set for sword shield rifle or great sword rifle, if you just had the damage armor, you could potentially just use the sword as a damage ability, like just as a physical damage weapon, and then you just come back later and just swap out the rifle, or you swap out the bow, or you swap out the sword shield, and it'd still be fine. Like, the condition damage isn't going to be super great on the weapon, but you got to look at it more as, like, let's say that, so I think it's like 160 damage or something if you're a pure power warrior, over 6 seconds. So it's not going to be the craziest thing in the world. Something like 24 damage a second or something, right? For 6 seconds. But it does mean that you're able to still have all of the versatility of the sword shield and the defense, the mobility, being able to proc more stability compared to, say, an axe would, because the sword shield would have 2 movement abilities. So it would be on par with the great sword movement ability wise, sort of. But that 24 damage, like a second, let's say you have 5 warriors and you're, immobilizing somebody, you're holding them down, you're getting, you know, like 120 damage additional per second for 1 stack of bleed per person. So, I mean, even if you get it up to 200 or 300 damage a second for like 4 seconds, that's 200 or 300 times 5. So 200 times 5, you're looking at 1,000. 300 times 5, you're looking at 1,500 a second. So it's not like a decent amount of bleed, And then the flurry actually applies a much stronger bleed. So you see 7 seconds, 1,400 damage. And then here it's 11 seconds at like 248. So your flurry would do more damage as well. Also, the flurry skill for your sword can do up to 11 strikes at 2 times the damage amount. So you can do 2 times your physical damage, whereas your normal sword skill is only like 1.2 or something times the physical damage. So the quickness allows you to get this off faster if you have quickness on your build. But with the physical deal, and if you're doing dodge rolls, the flurry isn't really the big deal. And the interesting concept as well with the dodge rolls is that if you're using a sword shield, you could activate flurry and pin someone down for 4 seconds, and then your whole team could just go and dodge roll directly on top of whoever you immobilized and just do a bunch of damage to them that way. Or you could pin them down, and then like you could have everyone shoot their rifles at them for like 10,000 damage apiece. You know? Ooh, that was a hefty amount of damage. Oh, we got more coming. I feel like they're going to catch me off guard here in a second. Like right here, this is where it's going to come in. Oh, crap. Yeah, I knew it was that as soon as that was coming around. But like, say if I was going against rifle warriors right there, and like I went into a shield stance for like part of my damage immunity rotation, and they all went unblockable, they just one-shot me. You know? Let me look. So Stalwart Strength is giving us a good amount of stability, but the 3 seconds that we lose from Last Stand, it might be the Vigor that's like making it feel a little bit odd, but I think the 3 seconds really do matter. Because it's really making like all of this stuff more compact. Like, it doesn't seem like it would, but it kind of does. Instead of 20 seconds, you're at 17. Rifles. These guys are pretty sturdy. Jesus. I don't know. 3 seconds wouldn't seem like it'd be that bad, but like when you really look at it though, 20 seconds altogether, that means you'd have 10 seconds before you could activate Defiant Stance again. Whereas if the -3, you're gonna have 13 seconds. I mean, it's a big difference, you know. Because like, say you put in Shield Stance, then you'd have, you know, 10 seconds. But if you had the additional 3 seconds, it'd be 7 seconds. But not having stability, I think, would be kind of a problem. Although, if you're in a big enough group of warriors, if they're focusing all their, like, CC on somebody, the rest of them should be free to move and rotate on them. So that'd be an interesting enough situation. These guys, though.
Just get started.
I guess it would make more sense too, like physical damage wise, dodge rolling will be applying more physical damage to your enemies, whereas condition damage wise, dodge rolling just means that you're losing condition damage application. So there is that.
Nice one.
I would say on this one in particular, though, conditions are kind of a weakness because we don't have more warriors to remove more conditions. So like right here, we move 3 conditions, number targets 5, and it breaks stuns. Well, we can use this 3 times, so we can remove a total of 15 or 9 conditions, or we could get 3 conditions. But if you have 5 warriors, you're looking at 15 conditions or 45 conditions, which is a big difference. And then you can also do cleansing ire, but again, that would take away your damage immunity stuff. And with the longbow, this is basically guaranteed to remove, 2 or 3 conditions every time that you use it. So there's a lot of utility. Keep them from hitting me for a second. Activate the signet. That's now 1 down. 2. Activate damage immunity. The other thing with this is you're looking at if you have 5 warriors and you were in trouble, the other guys could use their immobilizations on the enemy, as long as it's not like a boss or something, and you could rotate out. So you could do like 1v1 the boss, like each of you could 1v1 it. And get, 20 seconds of fighting. They're looking at 100 seconds altogether if you rotated. And the other thing is with Smoldering Arrow, you're getting 3 or 4 shots here. AoE blind, so if you have 5 warriors, you're getting 15 shots of AoE blind, which is quite a lot. And you can notice 15 shots, 20-second recharge. It's really close to near 100% blind duration, you know? But we're really missing quite a bit of damage because we were missing the 20% bleed. I'm very tempted actually on this to like put the bleed on the sword on this guy's build, because the other warrior we're doing the bleed and the 10% damage increase, or we're not even doing the bleed. I don't think we're doing burn. I think burn and 10% damage increase to get 100% condition duration. But if we did that on the sword, it might be better. I don't know. Even stuff like that, you know, 4 seconds of immobilize. That would be 20 seconds of immobilize. And then like this, 1300 damage right there on the stab. So 5 of you, I mean, you're looking at 6,000, 7,000 damage on the stab, and then 2,000, so like 10,000 bleed damage if all of you were to do it. This might be a problem. I wasn't exactly sure how I was going to do it. I thought it was going to bait these guys at the bottom.
Help me, please. Take that.
You jerk. Some book. Probably should find a group to do this with.
Easy does it.
Discarded rifle.
started. Almost there.
I can't really tell if this is like better or not, you know? And it's like, I kind of like the look of the Roman attire with a gun, but I'm not fully sold on it yet either.
Adrenaline rising.
I don't know about the might generation stuff yet. What's up, nerd? Oh, crap.
This incident report will make some interesting reading. Bandits, hidden passages, smuggling. Not the typical day. Usually it's just me in a junkyard with explosives, safety goggles, and a notepad. But your hard work will be mentioned in my report. In the required assistance box, I will check yes. In Pennyvin. Thank you and good day.
Let's do it again.
Hey, Google.
Hang on while I get connected to Wi-Fi.
The State Department has consistently alienated our friends, our enemies. You're empowered as the State Department's first standalone Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer.
The sooner one of you answers, the sooner you will all be free to go. The butler, where is he? He couldn't have just vanished.
Which I think is nothing more than brazen discrimination.
Halt! No one's allowed. Wait.
In April 2020,
You rescued Queen Jenna.
and as you extensively
On behalf of the Shining Blade, you have our thanks. I've locked down Codicus' estate for further.
We serve the Queen.
mandate of equity to affirmatively and aggressively discriminate. A year after your appointment, in April 2022, the State Department released its, quote, Equity Action Plan to integrate these so-called equity principles into
The Seraph soldiers are somewhere on the premises. Good luck.
That very week, just days after you published the Equity Action Plan, and 1 year after you began your tenure, a senior State Department official broadly distributed what I consider to be a very troubling email. I have a copy of that email next to me. Let me read from a part of the email. The email says that hiring practices have developed inside the State Department so that, and I'll quote, that certain candidates they have a disability. They are white men.
Bandits. A bunch of them blindsided us.
Which is why we are trying to put in place programs to address it and to strengthen accountability for those who break the law. So you didn't clear this guidance. An effort was sent. You're testifying now that you remained unaware of this. No one the State Department for a year.
Don't embarrass her.
Creating a DEIA data working group about hiring practices and dedicated DEI research. In your testimony, as you didn't know this discrimination was happening, my staff can transmit to you the exact manner and the details of this. That this discrimination you are professing to be unaware of it. And, I'm reminded from what would you say? Not to stop discrimination, unfortunately. This is a manifestation you just said a minute ago in testimony. Promotion to State Department will depend on complying with the edicts from your office. Is it really for the United States government to be actively discriminating based on disability, based on race, based on being a straight white man, or based on not being white religion? Is that good or bad?
Little help.
As I'm looking at the email, does appear to me, my eyesight is not great, that people have
I appreciate that.
candidates. Hired because, so these are employees of the State Department saying we can't hire someone because the email has they have a disability, white man, straight white man, they're not of the right religion. So I would say comments does not say it is not happening. Comments from hiring people saying we can't hire them because of it. The time of the senator has well expired.
That's what you get these guys. They have legendary gear. They have the best, shiniest, most best things that you could ever imagine, and then they get dumpstered in a simple room.
Assistance needed. Thanks for the help.
Oh, thank you. I should have my strength back in a minute. Those criminals have my friends. We need to get them back. No excuses. Let's go.
Report any suspicious activity.
Search for other members of the squad. Looks like they are outside, maybe.
What's the matter, Seraph? Afraid of a little fight?
Cut his hamstrings. That'll stop him from running away again.
I don't know. Maybe in a group, the might
Racine, you're
generation would
alive.
be good, but I don't know.
Thank Dinah. I owe you for this. The bandits took the sergeant through the gate.
All these legendary geared individuals, and they just rush in and get stomped.
get to that precious queen, Jenna. No, I won't tell you. I... Sure you won't.
It's a soldier's life for me.
You didn't know how to open the door.
Hold still, Sergeant. I can put together an antidote. I'm sorry. They used the poison on me. I told them how much you knew. If I only held out longer,
Maybe it's the drug talking. But you're being too hard on yourself. You fought against overwhelming odds. Rescued your superior. And stopped a bandit operation. Job well done. Now, about that antidote.
Right away, Sergeant.
These are people with meta builds. They're getting ran over. Worse than me.
Nice gear.
The sooner one of you answers, the sooner you will all be free to go. The butler, where is he? He couldn't have just vanished. Halt! No one's allowed. Wait. You rescued Queen Jenna. On behalf of the Shining Blade, you have our thanks. I've locked down Kotick.
Troubled times. May Grenth shield you. We serve the Queen. Dark times call for dark deeds. Long live the Queen! Troubled times.
The butler vanished before I could question him about what happened here. We need to find him alive.
Please, show mercy. Let me go.
You know, Volok doesn't seem like a guy who needs a butler.
Maybe he'll hunt him for sport.
Death with a wrong face.
Thank Duena you found me. I thought I was going to end up like them. They're all in terrible danger.
What's that saying?
shield you.
You can't keep a good man down.
I'm wounded.
Little help. Little help. Ready for action. Strong. Good. Chill rising. I need help. Thank you. Help me, please. You can't keep a good man down. Help me, please.
Please, no, let me go.
Forget Valog. We should just kill these whiners.
Corpses lead to questions. These whiners know too much. They need to vanish.
They stormed.
thing is, between like a power build, for instance, if you did a power build, you would have to physically do damage to people. If you do a condition build and you got 5 people on top of each other, fire roars, and they use an AoE ability on you, then all of a sudden they're gonna be taking 5 stacks of burning. And I would use my other build, but it seems that the people I'm playing with, like when they die, because they're dying pretty fast, I lose all of my healing, so I can't justify using the other build because I'm not healing enough for it. They're going in the completely wrong direction. That's the thing. And they have a dot thing on their map that show them where they're going. They're killing things because they're there to kill. See, like, I'm not saying that my build is the strongest build there is, like meta-wise and all that, but I'm saying that my build can compete or outcompete most builds I run across, and generally a lot of things that I do. Where you at, boy?
There's one to remember me by. Urge to kill rising. Shake it off! Gaining adrenaline. Shake it off! Shake it off! Fear me! Getting
Like delays. Where are my slaves?
Slavery's illegal in Prado. Even the animals know that. It looks like some animals need to remain.
You'll regret those words when we whip the skin off your bones.
Bandits selling their own kind to the centaurs? Disgusts me to even think about it. Those passages couldn't have been built without someone being aware. I'm sure one of the servants has to know something. The Shining Blade will handle it from here. Thank you, and safe travels.
What do you need?
This is the only proper course.
Joyce, you made it. And supplies intact, too.
We are unstoppable.
If you don't count the fortune-telling problems.
Thank you for escorting all our materials here.
Just doing my job, sir.
You were such a help. Thanks.
Yeah.
That looks valuable.
Affirmative.
What do you need?
They don't bother me during the day, but at night. Wooden dragons put me on edge. They swagger, move.
This is most remarkable.
I will not tolerate laughter on the job. Okay.
Power flow at 30%. Rerouting.
Tired of working on things we didn't make. Seriously.
Sharp
I
blades,
want to build
sharp
something
mind.
new with my own hands. I just can't figure out how the Char machine such high quality parts.
I have no idea. Can we finish our job now?
I'm pretty sure they nerfed this.
Nice gear.
I was manufactured to the highest standards. Begin destruction protocol. Target destroyed.
all the rares have dropped in price, it seems.
This is the only proper course.
You can never have too much treasure.
Begin destruction protocol. We have completed the task at hand.
you see that centaur run when he saw me?
You mean when he saw the 10 soldiers behind you?
Rumbling hooves. You know what that means.
Thomas, this is what I'm paying you for.
somewhere else.
A pleasure, I'm sure. I'll meet you here for the trip back.
Brave warriors! I have leading men. Case.
that gate hit you on the way out.
people should learn to barter.
You'll find everything you need here.
Wake up, you motherless Edens. It's time to go.
Everything's tied up and ready to go.
Good. Don't look at me, don't talk to me. You chat, you die. Let's get going.
I have everything you need.
Not again. What is it about my caravan that attracts these centaurs like flies?
The gate hit you on the way out.
Brawl hair. Looks like a pack of ratty Tamini in the way.
No good,
Something
Lieutenant.
do something about that.
Adrenaline rising.
I'd rather scrub my eyes with hot vinegar.
So potentially what you want to do is you want to let the tower be taken, but you want to get credit for it. And then you want to do part of this right here, and then you want to go back.
Don't let them get to me.
Come on. If we're ever gonna raise that tower again, the builders need protection.
We need to hold this position.
Centaurs are right on my tail.
You don't have a tail.
Bringing the pain.
I see what you mean. We've got incoming. Protect the builders and watch for hooves. Nobody's getting tricked.
Must build faster.
Adrenaline rising.
Imagine having to get this explained to you. The starting zone mission. There's people here that are like really advanced players too, and they don't know.
You will be broken. Almost ready.
Here they come again. Make quick work of them.
Charge!
Don't let the gate hit you on the way out.
Do something about that, will ya?
You will be broken. Strong. Damn me!
Good. I can finally get rid of you. Go do something. Somewhere else.
A pleasure, I'm sure. I'll meet you here for the trip back.
Take aim.
What brings you here?
Take aim. Hold. Hold. Hold.
Pick up a rifle and get in formation. Remember, don't release your shot until the order is given.
Take aim.
It's not enough to hit the target. You must learn to hold until commanded.
Hold.
It's more complicated than just good and evil.
Hold.
What's complicated mean?
craft fair is a good place for a family gathering.
Oh, yes. I think so too.
Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's keep at it. Big game. Hold.
It's not enough to hit the target. You must learn to hold until commanded.
Fire! Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's keep at it. Big game. Hold. Fire! Not bad. Not bad at all. Let's keep at it.
Superior sigil of water. The healing can't be too much on that, I wouldn't think. Crap, I got a bunch of messages. Interesting. It's working on the other screen, but not here. Enemies at once. Now, if you end up odd. It's weird because every window that I already had pulled up is working fine, but any new window is not connecting. Very odd. I'll look it up on my phone, I guess. Superior sigil of water. Let's see notes. Healing is performed by wave of healing. Healing 370 and it has a 0.15 healing rate, so not super great. But I mean, if you have 5 warriors using it all together, I mean that's proccing every 5 seconds if you're on that weapon. I mean, so 10 seconds, you're looking at 600, 700 and something health. So 3,000, 4,000 health or something. If you're landing your crits, it's pretty good. 4,000 health for free. If you're not doing might generation, I mean that's that's pretty good. Might generation would heal for more, but charge to all stats. I'm curious about these night sigil things. I think those night ones would be interesting to use. Stamina. It's funny how these things used to cost so much and now they're so cheap. Swiftness. (250) precision and ferocity. 1 second cooldown. Gain health when interrupting a foe. Heal nearby allies on weapon swap. Superior sigil of renewal. Healing 345. That doesn't make any sense. Why is the... I mean, it has a better healing. I mean, it's 0.4 on the healing scaling, but Sigil of Renewal is 7 gold. And Sigil of Water is 9 silver. I guess it requires crit, I guess, but you can activate this twice as often. That seems odd to me. Especially on any class. I kind of wonder if like your sigils would copy over on your clones on the Mesmer, you know? Make clones and the clones would heal you. Yeah, smoldering, we need stun duration. Always like things like this I always wonder about because force blinding snowballs in front of you. See, things like this, 10% condition duration is 7 gold. It's a scam, my guys.
I'm rich.
can never have too much treasure.
I've got...
If I ever get to 100% crit, though, my stuff's gonna be nice. So here we have what? We need the 10% condition thing here. Now we're gonna go for that. So now we have the 30%.
Pick up a rifle and get in formation. Remember, don't release your shot until the order is given. Take aim.
Now the question becomes, why are we missing condition duration stuff?
Pick up a training sword if you want to train. Wouldn't want anyone getting hurt.
Come on, that's way too slow. Try attacking me as I lower my gun.
Strong.
60%. 66%. See if it's a level thing. Yeah, there we go. 95%. 100%, 92%. So we got 1600 on the power, and we got 641 here, with a way longer duration on our stuff than everything else. I wish there was a way to fit in like stability, and if we could get adrenaline gain or something, that'd be good.
Evening.
How were the rounds?
Still crazy to me how much more effective like this build is compared to the other one, because the shout heals, we already saw that like the other one should have healed for way more, you know, but here you're looking at 6. Compared to 63, so you'd need 10 stacks of might to cover the same. Maybe it's just that it's the burst of, like, we have damage immunity, so like when we're immune to damage, the regen isn't really a big factor. And then when we're not immune to damage, we're just taking a whole bunch of damage, you know? Maybe it's something to do with that.
do you need?
Strong.
What do you need?
I carry only the highest quality goods.
Melissa aid you. You'll find everything you need here.
Melissa aid you.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
I carry only the highest quality goods.
Melissa aid you. What do you need? I have everything you need.
everything you need.